All right, I think we're good. Still says waiting. Why does it say waiting? There we go. Okay. There. We need a new terminal. Clear. Going into the Rust Adventure repos. We're going into active. Today is going to be, let's see, let's do Bevy new. Asteroid. Oh, well, let's start with this. Let's start with Bevy new asteroids. And then get remote. Nothing. Let's grab the other asteroids as the remote. Let's do that. Let's organize our desktops a little bit here. Yeah, I wouldn't use those tools. Those tools are always out of date, and they always give hallucinated APIs and they don't actually give you things that work. If you're somebody who's just beginning, absolutely the better place to go is in the Bevy repo. There's an examples folder. Here's an examples folder of a whole bunch of examples, literally hundreds, over 300 examples for doing a whole bunch of different things that you might want to do, for using a whole bunch of features. These are human maintained. They change with every single PR that goes in. They are up to date, and they give you the right APIs to use and the way that Bevy expects you to be using them. So if you want to learn how to do anything, the examples are the number one place to go. Not a Markov chain generator. Hey, Anders, how's it going? Asteroids. So we have an asteroids version from a while back. There's issues on this repo. Were those issues for me? Yeah, those are issues for me. I think that these two are probably closable. Well, we're doing a different version for 0.16 anyway, so we'll close all three of these. We do need the remote here, though. So we'll grab the remote. We'll do, what is it? Get remote, add origin remote. Of course, I type remove and not remote. Cool. We're on main here. I don't know what I want to do with main. I feel like I want to rename this to a different branch. So let's do a commit. And let's do git checkout. See if I remember how to do this. Git checkout. Be remote. Git fetch all. Git checkout be origin main. What do we call this? Original? No, original is a bad name for that. Demo. First demo. I messed up the order here. How are you doing today, Anders? Cool. So first demo is now origin main, which should be good. We could run this. It's not terribly important to run this. We're going to change up basically everything, I think, today. I think that Asteroids as a workshop, well, it's not running yet, but I think Asteroids as a workshop is very different than Asteroids as a, like, just a demo. We were using Hanabi for these particles. We were using, I want to say, Aven for these colliders. And we have like the ship and the graphics and everything. But Asteroids is a game that can be completely done by gizmos. So I'm thinking that we do gizmos. We get rid of this UI stuff. And then this is a retained gizmos workshop effectively. And then we use Bevy's built-in intersection testing. So if you're not aware, I guess, intersects is an API. It works with intersects volumes, which are AABB2Ds, which are like, let's see, we can do effectively rectangles and circles in 2D and 3D. So spheres work as well. Finally being able to toy with Skeen. Nice. Let me know what you think of it. Hey, Chris, thanks for your awesome work on the vids. Helped a lot adding some new stuff to your project. Nice. That's awesome. I love that. What'd you add to your new project? Yeah, so we get a couple of things here. I think we only need the overlaps. So we only need like circle to rectangle kind of thing. The original Asteroids is like dots, right? For the shots. Asteroids game. It's also ray traced is the wrong word for this. It's the laser screen of some kind. I forget what the laser screen is called. I think that, yeah, so it's the ship. It's got like a triangle more or less. That's the only thing that, the only thing I can think of that would be a collider that wouldn't work with what Bevy already supports. We can have the ship, but we can't have like a triangle. So here's the game, including some settings for like audio and stuff that we're going to totally get rid of because nobody wants to do those. Ship selection, so we can choose this ship. Controls and stuff are all set up. This is probably going to be pretty much the same. We've got some scoring and stuff, got some particles. And then I think if we run into this ship, we should see lives or not. We did UFOs too, apparently. I forgot about that. If I could hit this, there we go. UFO killed us. So we have a number of lives. I don't know if we have a game over screen. Yeah, so we just stop and then the all the asteroids and stuff stick around. So all that's pretty good and whatever. I think that we probably wouldn't do UFOs in the workshop. Off topic, but do you know about any good embeddable Lisps in Rust? I don't, actually. I think I haven't seen any. Or at least I haven't recognized any. I know implementing a Lisp tends to be like a nice toy project, but I'm not aware of any. Rust embeddable Lisp. Let's see. Yeah, so I mean, there's going to be repos and crates because this is like a project that people do take on. I don't know if any of them are like production ready. So TBD. I would also have to do some research to figure that out. Add the new UI implementation through children. Nice, nice. Use relationships to make a typewriter effect. Uses 2 text spans, one visible with half the text and the rest invisible so the container would scale beforehand. Nice. Impl bundle is also hella nice to make a collection of entities. Nice. That's awesome. It's a lot of 0.16 stuff. So that's I guess that's the question then, right? Like if not Bevy, right? Aven, 2D. Collider. Shape, set scale, etc. This should have all of the yeah. So we can have a triangle with Avian directly. I think even that would be enough to push me towards using Avian instead of Bevy's bound like intersects. It's a little bit unfortunate because I think it's the only thing that requires a third-party library. And like technically it wouldn't. Technically we could do like a couple of increasing sphere colliders or something, or sphere sizes. I think that would just be weird though. Weirder than actually grabbing a third-party library. Yeah. Unless we can get arbitrary, yeah, bounding circle and AABB2D. So we don't really get anything else. There is a bounded for triangle 2D, but I think the bounded for triangle 2D ends up being either a rectangle or a circle. So we still don't get what we wanted. And I can't think of any way that this really works out for us well. Trying to translate a rectangle of some kind or a circle into that triangle shape. Also found app enable scoped entities. And scoped entities are great. Scoped entities, for anybody else isn't aware, there's this component. So if you use states in your application, which you probably are if you're building anything more than like a small toy Bevy app, you use states. So states are some enum with some variants. You start in one, you transition to others. Those APIs aren't really relevant, but the thing you can do is somewhere in here will be enable state scoped. So enable state scoped entities is something you call on app with the state grouping. And if you go to the state scoped component, if I can speak, then you can add state scoped with the variant that you want inside of it. And this entity will despawn itself if you leave this state. There's some people that kind of argue for renaming this, but I don't know if that'll happen or not. I assume that this API actually will expand at some point. So state scoped is really nice. State scoped is like, I enable state scoped entities on every project for sure. Oh, the macro did make it in. I feel like I saw the PR for this macro. I think that PR either got reverted and then re-implemented or something like that. I've been looking for this macro for a long time, since the PR went in. But it's nice. You don't actually have to call state scoped entities anymore. You can just derive it on the state. So I think we have to go with Avian or something else, but Avian I think is the most straightforward approach. I don't love that. If we do a collider for a triangle, I'm not going to be happy with like a sphere around it. It is the only thing that I can think of that requires the third-party library, though. Because we'll have the ship, right? The ship is going to be a gizmo. The gizmos are going to be retained. That's new. Here we only use a capsule anyway. We didn't do a triangle or anything. I don't know why we chose to do that. Maybe that was like a in-progress thing for us. Ah. Dang, that UFO is aggressive. Didn't realize we made that UFO just completely whack you. I guess if you're moving, it's easier, but yeah. So I think this uses Avian. I don't remember. It doesn't. XPBD is probably it. XPBD. Yeah. So we did use it last time. I think we'll use it again. I guess we'll just commit to using it because it feels right in terms of functionality that we want. It does mean that this is not a standalone workshop anymore, though. I was hoping it would be. But it is what it is. When despawning a sprite with a handle, it removes it from memory, right? It will remove or it will drop the texture handle, which will remove it from memory if you're not storing that handle anywhere else with a strong reference. So if you load that handle and you put it in a struct and you keep that struct around, that struct will cause it to stick around forever. The other thing is I don't know where you're running your application, but if you're running on the web and you're checking like WASM memory usage, I believe that the WASM heap only expands. So you won't see it actually like reduce. The third thing is that depending on what you're using to track RAM, you might not even see it drop. Because the way that computers track, calculate, and report RAM is more complicated than just how many bytes are in memory. But yes, in general, if you do not have a reference to a handle, it will get dropped. If a handle is strong, the asset will be kept alive until the handle is dropped. If it's weak, it does not necessarily reference a live asset, nor will it keep assets alive. So I guess the dropping is like not necessarily exact. If you drop the handle, you don't necessarily drop it from memory. But that's definitely the way that I would think about it. Yeah, if it's the only reference, generally speaking, yeah, that should drop and it should free. It's just the specifics of when that happens that I think are not necessarily like it's not going to drop. I guess when you call the function necessarily. I don't think this has. Yeah, this is just the handle stuff. Yeah. Asset handle sends a drop event. It doesn't like implement drop. So you're not getting the same kind of like well it does implement drop. The drop sends the drop event, sorry. um so the drop event sends, which means that like this drop doesn't immediately clear that memory. It sends an event that then handles the asset manager stuff. So I don't know that this is guaranteed to happen like as quickly as you would expect a normal drop implementation to happen. But yes, conceptually, if you drop a handle, you're freeing memory. Not sure how to render a video, if that even reduces memory usage though. If you're looking how to render a video, there's a good, actually, new example. Rendering video is not something that is like well supported, but it's possible to stream WebP using this new implementation in Blue Kinetoscope. And this will stream it into memory and only keep a limited amount of it. I believe they're trying to upstream this. I don't have any idea what the status of that work is. But this is where I would go if I was going to try to render a video inside of a Bevy app, which is something that I often try to do for like start menus and stuff. You know, like I don't know if I'm going to be able to find a Hades example here, but Hades start menu. Is a good example. That doesn't have it. This will have it. Let's do incognito maybe. Do we get an ad? We do get an ad. We're gonna, I guess, see an ad for Red Bull, unfortunately, and some other thing. Have never heard of the crate. Yeah. Let's skip whatever this is an ad for. So this should be the Hades start menu. So you've got this whole like intro thing, but really there should be some smoke here in the background. I don't know. It's probably pretty hard to see on stream. But there's a lot of like panning. It's not a noise texture. It's like literally smoke as like a GIF or a WebP or something, as far as I can tell. Because it also has these like extra sparks and stuff to it. Also, I think this is definitely a repeating movie of some kind. I don't think this is like vertex animation or something. So having nice little like background repeating textures is a good reason for this. But yeah, anyway, that's what I generally think of when I think of playing movies. I know that people want to do like cutscenes and stuff, but he played so much Hades, you can dream this. Nice. I was a big fan of Hades. I've had Hades 2 for a while now. I haven't played it nearly as much of it as Hades 1, but I think they've dropped most of the game at this point for Hades 2, which is cool. Oh, those are better as particle systems? You mean the little dots, like the little fire particles, or you mean the smoke? Because I think the smoke is repeating, if I remember. Because I did look at it at one point. The smoke and the wavy elements. So you're saying like the hair waving back and forth is a particle system? That feels a little weird. I guess it's possible. That was very much like a programmatic kind of movement. Um, the smoke definitely like could have been a scrolling noise texture kind of thing. Just from watching it, it didn't seem like it. You think that's a shader with a moving texture? It looks like it would be like a vertex shader modification, but I can't think of why that would have. I guess technically it would, right? But the way it was moving didn't seem like it. I don't know. Maybe they cut it up into a way that I'm not thinking. It's possible. Just a distortion map, you think? Yeah, I could see that. Card art in Hearthstone. I've seen the Hearthstone cards before, but we're not going to see the animated versions of these. Yeah. These I could definitely see being programmatic. I'll have to look at it again. I did re-implement the Hades start menu at one point. I used a video for the extra smoke and stuff, and it worked out well. I know particle systems are built into other game engines, right? Like you don't have to pull in Hanabi or something. So like doing a couple particles is totally reasonable. And the amount of like little fire flicker particles is not much anyway. Those could be entirely like not even particles. They only skin their epic cards. Yeah, okay. Anyway, that was a series that I wanted to do at one point. I still want to do it, but I think that doing a bunch of like mechanics from games and like start menus from games and stuff would be a good series. Let's see. We have asteroids. So asteroids here. I think this ended up being a significant amount of code. I don't remember exactly how much. Let's check first so that we can do a comparison later. Get branch all. GCO first demo. All right. Commit add Aven. Fine. First demo. Took a source. So this ends up being. Wow, that was almost 3,000 lines of code. We're going to cut a decent amount of that out, I think. Especially in the fact that we're going to have like gizmos and stuff and not. This Kenny Assets thing is not going to be here. This is probably a couple hundred. Yeah, movement is not terrible. Settings, not terrible. I wonder if the UI was heavy. UI was probably very heavy. 300. The rest of the UI. Like choose ship. Button. Yeah, I think we're talking 800-ish plus for the just for the UI. Levels. We were using Meteor bundles. That's interesting. Lives, levels. Why did this come out to 3,000? This seems like a lot. Preventing shots. Scoring can't be that much. It's literally like a thing. I guess it's like 10 files with like 200 to 300 lines each, but I don't see anything here that was like overwhelmingly large, which is interesting. I feel like this, unless main is huge? No, main is not huge. So it is sufficiently cut up. I think we just ended up with a couple hundred lines of code and like 10 files. So, I mean, I guess we start with making the ship. We're going to need like a restart button of some kind. I think what we end up doing is just removing everything and respawning it. I don't think this requires states. Why have a lib and a main file together? It's actually a really good question especially if you're just getting started. So if you do just a main, right? Then one of the things that up until, I don't think this is actually shipped yet, but up until very recently, you were not able to test any of the functions that you put in your main file, right? And you are correct in that main.rs is the binary entry point. So if you're going to run an application, main is your binary entry point. Lib is the entry point to the library crate. So if you were going to write integration tests at all, or something like that, you would get the interface that's exposed from lib.rs. You wouldn't get the functions in main. So strictly speaking, you could put everything in main, and you could do submodules out of main, and that would work, right? But it's far more common to do a very thin main layer, something that only just kind of like runs the binary, maybe sets up a couple of things. You'll see that in this file specifically, we weren't even necessarily trying to do that, but in this file specifically, we have main. All we have is the app setup, which could even go in lib. And then we run the application, right? This is literally just the binary entry point. And then lib.rs is where all of the actual logic and code goes. So if you were going to write, let's say, other binaries even, right? Because you can have lib.rs and main.rs, but you can also have source bin. And inside of source bin, you can have arbitrary amounts of executables. This is something that, let's see, which game was it that I did this in? Maybe Ivy will have this. Ivy is something that I never really like open sourced. But if we go into, actually, it might not be in here. This was a workspace, now that I think about it. So that wouldn't be a great example. Did I do that somewhere else? I think I do that in Bevy examples. Let's go look at Bevy examples. If I can type it correctly. Oh, it gave me, I hate when it changes the URL like that. Okay, so libs, I think blockout will have one. This is a recent library that I shipped. We don't have bin in here. We have examples. This is also examples. I guess I haven't done this recently. In any case, let's go look at package layout. So you have main and you have lib, right? So main is usually the primary binary that you're running. It'll be like the Bevy game or something like that. Lib is the entry point to your library crate. If you want to run tests, if you want to use it in integration tests, if you want to use it in other executables, then you will get what is in lib, not what is in main. So we have, let's say, a thing called asteroids here, right? If I wanted to write like a test binary, something where I could run it and do debugging of some kind, if I wanted to do, let's say, what would be good for asteroids? Asteroids, if I wanted to have an empty scene with just the ship and no asteroids, and I wanted that to be like a debug environment I could use, we could write source bin, like debug or sandbox, let's say. And this can be another main. Right? And then if I do cargo run bin sandbox, this will run. It will, of course, compile everything. So, you know, whatever. Actually, this is the wrong Avian, which is bad. Sorry, I'm getting all over, layered over myself. Anyway, so main is usually main binary. You don't get to test anything in it. It's like self-contained. You can put everything in it. Putting everything in it is kind of like hampering yourself, but not in a way that really matters if you're not doing anything else. So all of your code could go in main. Main can define submodules. You can pull those submodules in. You just can't access any of those submodules from anywhere else to do anything else with them. So if you're going to do a large complicated project, usually what people do is main is very thin. It's a wrapper around a lib. And lib will be, in our case, lib would be the asteroids library, right? At which point we can write integration tests in the tests folder. And this gets all of the public functions from lib as if it was a crate. So those are like definitely integration tests, right? Similarly, for examples, we can pull in lib and write examples. Or for benchmarks, you're going to pull in lib and do benchmarks. None of these things take main. None of these things take what is in main. And then if you wanted to do unit tests, you would do them in the submodules inside of lib. The other thing, in addition to benches, examples, and tests, which are all built in, you can have other binaries. So if you wanted a sandbox, if you wanted anything like that, you could put that code inside of these bins, and then those would pull in lib.rs. So the reason people do this is kind of a convention. But if you want to be able to do things that you often have to do in larger projects, you probably want lib to be the entry point for all of like the logic. At this point for me, it's like, it's pretty much second nature. If I have two files, you'll see me do main and lib instead of main and like some random function. Where are we on Avian today? Avian is this one. See, the only problem with doing Avian related stuff is that these workshops now all have to wait for Avian to publish before we can like actually record them, which I don't love. We had, do I still have that VS Code up somewhere? Maybe this one? No. One of these is the Visual Studio Code. I wish Visual Studio Code gave me any indication of like what was of what was in the workspaces. Here we go. Here's the thing that we had. So we're gonna also have asteroids here, right? And we don't know what asteroids is yet. We don't know how many lines of code it is. We know that it has gizmos, retained gizmos. We know that a dependency is going to be Avian 2D. So when it comes down to it, we now have 2 workshops reliant on Avian 2D, 2 workshops reliant on Bevy ECS tile map, 1 that is theoretically hinging on Bevy transform interpolation. I don't think that Bevy transform interpolation is particularly important. It could get dropped. It's just awkward because if we do things in fixed update in Floppy Corgi, which is a Flappy Bird clone, then what happens is you get a little bit of jittery movement or, you know, chunky movement. It's not the end of the world. 2048 is the only one of these without dependencies, and because it doesn't have dependencies, it's actually a little bit more complicated. Right? Like Minesweeper, actually only 350 lines of code. Blockbreaker uses Avian 2D, it's less than 300. So because these things are using third-party libraries, they are simpler in that sense. But it does mean that if these aren't published, then the workshops can't go up. So that's always the thought in the back of my head. I need more. Well, okay. So one of the things that's going to happen is Bevy ECS tile map. Hopefully we're gonna have first party tile maps in 0.17. There are people actively working on first party tile maps. If those get upstreamed and they are usable for things like Minesweeper, then Bevy ECS tile map goes away. I'm also comfortable using it because I maintain it. So if it needs a release, I can make it have a release because I'll do the work to upgrade it. So Bevy ECS tile map had a release on day 1 of like the stable release, right? So I'm okay with that. I basically consider these to not be dependencies in that sense. But that is always on my mind. Let's do a cargo build here. Let's do a cargo build and let's get rid of the sandbox because we're not going to have sandbox. So the question here becomes, being new to Rust, what do you mean with upstreams exactly? What do I mean with upstreams? When did I say upstream? Did I say upstream in reference to a fork? I don't remember exactly what phrasing I used. Generally what I mean by upstream is not a Rust thing. That is like a Git thing. Yeah, okay, yeah. Upstream means that, let's say Bevy was going to do something, right? And there's some PR or whatever that's going into Bevy. Maybe KTX needs to update to 0.4. Maybe that's, for some reason, that's really important to us. And we have some library that's like doing MIP maps or doing, I don't know, light baking or something like that. And we need 0.4 KTX to be in Bevy. The way I would phrase that is we need upstream to upgrade to KTX 2. So Bevy is upstream in that sense, as in upstream of our repo, like earlier in the chain of dependencies. That's what I mean by upstream, typically. If you fork Bevy, that's also like my fork is downstream of Bevy. The core Bevy repo would be upstream of my fork. It's kind of like if you imagine a water flow, that's exactly what it is, right? When the code hits Bevy, then the code hits my app, right? So Bevy is then upstream of our thing. And I was referring to that in terms of Bevy ECS tilemap is when I mentioned upstream, right? So Bevy ECS tilemap is a tilemap crate. And there's a PR in Bevy. I can't remember the number of off the top of my head. That I'm pretty sure hasn't merged yet. For tilemap chunk rendering. So this is there's effectively a tilemap working group that more or less formed, and they are talking about getting tilemaps into Bevy upstream again. And this is what I mean. Like Bevy ECS tilemap is a like downstream third party implementation of tilemaps. And this would be in upstream, which would mean that Bevy ECS tilemap could then theoretically rely on this implementation if it merged for its core rendering functionality. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. I know that iSentry just went on vacation for a month, taking some time off, which is well deserved. So we'll see if this makes it in. And if it's useful enough. If it's useful enough, so for example, Minesweeper, right? Did I run out of space on my device? Cool. I need a bigger hard drive. And get rid of all of my test directories. I make so many Rust projects. Directory not empty. That's weird. In any case, I make so many Rust projects that I end up filling up my hard drive all the time. I make like an absurd number of new projects. Okay, so we probably need to do the ship first. Where is this going to go? Did we talk about where it's actually going to go in the list? So we have Floppy Corgi first, Block Breaker, Minesweeper Snake, or Minesweeper 2048 Snake. So asteroids, we don't know how many lines of code it's going to be. I want to say that with cutting out all of the extra code, with cutting out all of the UI and stuff, cutting out particles, for example, that this code is going to be smaller than 2048 and Snake. It feels like it could go bigger. But we're going to cut out the Kenny asset texture atlas loading as well. So if we cut everything out, it's retained gizmos and Aven colliders, right? I think that's really it. And then the collision API is observers for Aven these days, which is really nice. So it'll be some spawning of new retained gizmos and stuff. We could do like a manual particle effect if we wanted to with more gizmos. So I think that this probably lands before snake in 2048. So I think this becomes 4, this becomes 5, and then this becomes 3 is really what happens here. It could go to 1 as well. I think block breaker also depends on Avian. Block breaker is like Arkanoid kind of thing. I do feel like in some sense, my mind always goes into like a tree for a dependency order, in the sense of like floppy corgi is kind of physics based, right? And we do built-in colliders for floppy corgi, and then a logical next step from floppy corgi into something that is like doesn't really have hard requirements could be asteroids, because it's kind of like you don't have a grid, you don't have a board, you don't have like much of a play area at all, you don't have a whatever. So it's just kind of like put something on the screen and increase the linear velocity, you know? So I think that would actually be right after floppy corgi. And then we have block breaker and Minesweeper. And Minesweeper feels like a step into like tile maps and stuff. So it feels like the root of the tile map branch. Minesweeper, Snake, and 2048 all require grids. Block breaker is kind of in the floppy corgi asteroids pipeline. So we basically have 2 branches here. But people don't really like multiple branches like that. They like having like one singular order to go through. So I think that it's really going to come down to the concepts, right? So I think I'll come up with the order a little bit more later, but I think this is an earlier thing. If it's an earlier thing, then we don't want to do as much in terms of, I guess let's start off with just main and see where we go. So in that case, do we want to do states? If this is going to be earlier, do we want to do states? I don't think we have states for any of the others. Let me check what we have for... what were the other ones? Block breaker. Block breaker almost certainly doesn't, if I remember correctly. Instead of Minesweeper, should I call it your sweeper as in I didn't code it? Hey Lant, how's it going? Been making your own dialogue system that makes a state machine of everything, as Yarn Spinner took a while to update. Was a good way to learn Rust. Yarn Spinner is updated as well. I think it updated last week. No, I think it's in this week. Yeah, it updated last week. Farm Sweeper. What was I looking for in Blockbreaker? States. Are we using states yet? Is a question. We are using states in Blockbreaker. So I think it's reasonable to use states and asteroids. The only thing that we would have for states and asteroids is having something to hook into to restart the game. I think we're going to get rid of pretty much everything else we would need states for. We're not going to have UI here. We're going to go with gizmos. We're going to go with Aven for colliders. So just thinking ahead, I don't think we really need states in general. Yeah, you saw it update, Yarn Spinner that is, but had some requirements that you wanted met yourself. Wasn't very complicated when you figure out how to parse the lines. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Just finished up setting the first prod server at work to be monitored by Percona. Nice. Monitoring is always nice. You probably overly rely on states. You need to better learn the event system because at this point you just kick off all your systems based on states. I think states are great. States are amazing, DJ. States are like, if you have a point in time at which you need to run a set of systems, or you need to start spawning a bunch of stuff and then clean some stuff up later, states are amazing. The only reason that I'm considering whether they are needed or not is that I try to do a very heavy culling of features for workshops. Classic stand-up arcade for asteroids has an attract mode which shows the highest score. Yes. Asteroids high score. You're talking about like this menu? This is the only menu I remember for high scores for asteroids. I think that in general, this would be a cool feature, but I find that people skip UI when I put it into workshops. Like when a workshop includes any kind of UI, I find that people skip it entirely. So I think I'm going to end up having a separate set of UI workshops. And I think the connection between I'm going to store a bunch of high scores in a vec in a resource, and I'm going to render a resource that has a vec in it. I think that's an easy point of cut. I think if I was building the whole game to be true to the original, then we would definitely include it. But anyway. So the question is states, and the question is basically like, they've been super helpful. It gets a little messy when you have multiple states at the same time. Yeah, if you start doing like a ton of substates and you like don't think about them as being isolated and they interconnect, I could see that for sure. I think like pause menus and stuff are a good substate example. There needs to be a dedicated UI video for sure. You're struggling a lot with that. You kind of get it, but it feels hacky. Would appreciate more UI dedicated content. Okay, cool. That's good to know. I think that a lot of people who are working with Bevy currently or wanting to learn Bevy lean towards the side of like not wanting to do UI. Personally, I come from the side of like the first experience somebody has with your game once they boot it up is seeing the start menu. You know, like the first thing they see is that menu and like that settings and like that's their first experience of your game. And like there are some games for which UI is like just absolutely critical, right? I do think that historically Bevy UI has been harder to write. I think the children macro and bundle effects and stuff like that made it significantly more approachable. I wouldn't necessarily say Impl Bundle is like a widget abstraction. I think we need constructs to land before I can really call it a widget abstraction. But it's good enough for a lot of things. Today you learned KDE Connect persists and sends the last clipboard from PC to phone upon boot. I don't know if I like that or not. I don't even know if I like that for the Mac stuff. Like it's cool on some sense, but I don't like stuff just sending around randomly. I use Tailscale when I need to send things between computers. Yeah, when mapping a state machine, you really got to abstract. Hard to understand how simple you can make it. Yeah. You grasp the UI by trial and error, but would love a video about it. Cool. If you cannot get menus right, how can I trust that you got the game right? Impl bundle made UI components so much easier. Yeah, like we actually have something that is approximating a widget abstraction now. I don't think I'm gonna make any videos about telling people how to run their own bundle effects, but bundle effects are wild. You'll just have to take my word for it. You can literally do anything you want to with bundle effects. So one thing I like to do is not really pull, even though we have state, like we're just staring at some state code. One of the things that I like to do when I'm developing workshops is go through the examples and pull the code that I'm going to use for something simple like states from the examples specifically. I think that this is the overall the pathing that people are going to use. We have a states directory, don't we? This is overall the pathing that people are going to use when they have to go through and actually learn how to work with Bevy on their own. So when I talk about like, oh, where did this code come from or something like that, one of the things I like to do is basically say, oh, if we're going to work with states, we can go here, find this. It has the states code. Here's how you pull it out and put it into your app. Because the examples, there's like over 300 examples in this directory, and the idea that they would not be like actively used is wild, right? Like we want to teach people how to dig into Bevy itself. We'll stick with a state for now, and then I will consider whether we actually need one later. The only reason that we will need a state here is at the end of the game, everything's going to run, and then we need to restart the game. So we'll either be in the game over state or not. I don't think we're going to change the UI for the game over state. We're just going to put up a message that says, like the game is over, press R to restart or something, or maybe put up a button to restart. So yeah, I don't know. I'm 50-50 on it right now. I use states in everything that I do, so it feels weird to leave it out, but also any additional code at all introduces complexity that isn't necessarily what people want. Yeah, placeholder for now. What do I think about Bevy for making spawning easier, especially for UI? I don't like relying on more macros. I just to be clear, I have nothing wrong with Bevy. I have nothing wrong against using anything in particular. I don't like introducing more macros into my code than need to be there. I'm sure that they find this better. I'm sure that other people could also find this better. But again, I like, there's a level of macro that I'm comfortable with. And typically that level is if I can't do it regularly, then the macro is okay. Like I don't like optional macros, if that makes sense. Like I don't like using macros to force ergonomics. Too much syntactic sugar leads to cancer of the semicolon. That's great. That's good. So I don't know. For me, I think it's a general stance. Like if I don't need to use macros, then I don't want to. Like this one is setting up a hex code, right? So to me, doing srgba from hex is what I would prefer here. I don't really want this, which is fine. Like I'm sure somebody does want this, right? Or I'm sure somebody does want to be able to do like hexcode.mix or whatever. But for me personally, I think that the more macros are in my code, the harder it is to work with in general. So for me, I don't reach for macros when I'm trying to do new stuff. I know plenty of people who like, oh, I'll just write a macro for this or that or this, and they'll do it for like tests and stuff too. The other problem is like a macro could be doing theoretically anything. So like when you see a macro, it's not like you're seeing a function. If you see a macro, it's harder to reason about. It's like harder to figure out what it's actually doing. And yes, you can expand the code and whatever, right? Like we don't have any macros currently being used here, but right. Not everybody has the Rust Analyzer set up to expand macros. Not everybody has cargo expand installed, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't have anything against it in particular, but for me, I try to reduce the amount of macros that I'm using in general. Obviously, things like, you know, info, valid macro usage. I think children as a macro borders the line for the kind of thing that I'm comfortable with, right? Like this is useful, especially if you're doing a ton of nesting. But if you have to use spawn with or spawn iter, this breaks down immediately. It is nice that you can combine them. So I think generally speaking, I'm okay with the children macro. And I know that there are people who would like very, very, very vehemently argue for this macro, just from the sense that it reduces syntax. Yeah, I think for the children it is required, or and for variatics and stuff for the info for tracing. Like info, it's hard required in my mind. Children, it's not hard required. I see the value in children. I don't see the value really in like that color macro that we were looking at. You're new to Bevy and you've just created a simple demo game using 10, but when you cargo build release, the game UI is not loaded. You get the asset not found inside release folder. That probably means your asset directory is not inside of your, you're probably doing what? ./ inside of the release folder to target the binary, which would then mean that your assets folder is at the root of your project and not in the release folder inside of target. That's what you're running into. The spawn structs are also nice. Yes, I do. I appreciate that the macro wasn't the only choice here. I assume that we have an example in the docs here. Yeah. Like this isn't bad. It's a little repetitive, right? Spawn. I know that that's kind of one of the things that was trying to get rid of with that macro, but I appreciate that this is possible and that this is something you can implement for yourself. I did make it a stays, right? Okay, cool. The other thing is like Bevy is kind of getting heavy with derive macros. And Rust Analyzer has a very hard time with the derive macros. So like if I want to do state scoped here, we were just looking at that in the docs, right? State scoped entities is what it's called. So like it's not state scoped, but like state scoped does get auto completed here. So it's actually this. But it's really not easy to get that to auto complete. So like the more macros you have, the less likely it is that tooling has implemented that long tail of complexity that it can dig into to help you out. If you were using 0 to 16, I'd recommend using Bevy CLI. Yeah, Bevy CLI is nice. I think that's going to get a release before the jam, but we'll see. We're going to call this like game over and playing. So we'll do start game with the commands. Children spawn is more flexible. The children macro requires that each element spawn one and only one entity. Yeah. Yep. It feels weird, I will say. It feels weird from a user experience perspective that children can't accept things that are wrapped in spawn. I'm not saying that was like, that we should have done that or anything, but from a end user perspective, I think once you use the macro, people aren't thinking about what it's supposed to accept. They're just like, I want to just dump a bunch of stuff in here. And from that perspective, it feels like you should just be able to dump a spawn within there and it should work. I know that you've put significantly more thought into this than I have as well, having worked on UI related stuff. So let's do state, plugins, add system, on enter, app state, playing. We're going to need to do our, it's not add system, it's add systems. We're going to need to do our, my brain blanked. You long for BSN? Yeah. Hopefully this cycle. I know, or I don't know, but I think that constructs are next in the list. I think constructs will result in some significant improvements. And then we'll get BSN, and then I'll get requests in Scheme to support BSN export. And I'll have to write a completely custom Blender exporter for BSN. BSN, for those that don't know, for anybody that's new, is Bevy scene notation. Bevy is basically on a long-term path to make an editor, to make the UI work for the editor and to dog food that, to do a couple of other things, and eventually to discussions, not. And eventually to have a its own scene system. With BSN, the difference between the macro and the non-macro disappears. Yeah. I mean, I assume that most people in the future will be using BSN. It's not something that I would like. I'm definitely not about to file an issue about the children macro. You know, I know things are coming down the pipeline. For anybody that's really interested, discussion 14.437 includes everything that I was just talking about. Even constructs are referenced here. This isn't necessarily how things are going to be implemented, but it's a really good overview in general of what's going on. Yeah, it's July 2024. Yeah. I think BSN was actually talked about even earlier than that. Do I recommend any level building tools for 2D games? You tried LDTK, but you're either not skilled in game dev or working with the auto tiles map was very lazily documented. There's LDTK and there's whatchamacallit, tiled. I personally prefer LDTK, but I know that some people prefer tiled. This would be the other one that I would point you to if you were looking for something. Both of them have Bevy ECS tile map integration, so whichever one you use will get you a crate to use as well. So you don't have to do a custom integration. What's a construct? A construct is basically like if you're going to spawn something and it needs world access to do its spawn. I think right now a great example would be if you were going to spawn a piece of text and you wanted to use a custom font, that needs to grab a handle from somewhere. And how does it do that? I don't know if that's covered quickly. Asset handles, yeah, require world state. I think this is just effectively from world, but I don't want to say it definitely is. This isn't a great example to show a new person. So when you construct the default values for stuff, right, you can either do default, right, Rust's default trait, which if you're using Rust, you know what the default trait is. You can implement it yourself. It can whatever, but it doesn't require any other access, right? It doesn't require any like world access or external stuff. You can just create a default. There's also from world for Bevy. And this is basically like default, but you have to access the world to do stuff. And construct is kind of like, if you think of bundles as like default, then from world is construct. That's a really sketchy explanation, just to be clear, but that's the general idea. Like constructs are world access when you're constructing stuff. Here's an example. Construct, config, and config is a handle. Feels like it was 4 months ago. Yeah. I mean, it feels, what is it? I've been doing This Week in Bevy for over a year now, and it feels like I started that 3 months ago. Bevy scene notation is a retcon, yeah. Do I think the new cloning with entity disabling is a good way to instance now? Always felt this was a bit difficult in Bevy. Why did you feel like instancing was difficult? I feel like a lot of people look for instancing and then they saw the like how do you manually instance stuff example and forgot that Bevy has automatic instancing. So I'm curious as to what you mean by instancing specifically. Kind of wish you could make a weak handle from an asset path directory so you could set up the handle now and load the asset later. Yeah, I have questions around that so I'm doing that Blender integration work, and I'm not entirely sure how to deal with things that are handles in an external system. Because like, if you export from Blender as GLTF, it theoretically has something that then becomes a handle later. So I don't know that I really want to. Like, we kind of need constructs, I think, in that sense. I know that bundle effects have entity mute world access. So like we could do some terrible crimes, but I would prefer to not do terrible crimes. You think you haven't even done a 14 to 15 port on one of your things yet? Yeah, I would upgrade if you have the time and the capacity to do so. You wonder if LDTK has a resource alike per level. Oh, instancing from a template. That could be it too. Remember not knowing how to do that a while back. LDTK has a resource alike per level. I know that, well, LDTK has that JSON format, and Bevy ECS LDTK has a way of accessing those levels. I forget exactly what it is right now off the top of my head. But it serializes all that JSON data into level structs and stuff. And you can access this by identifier and figure out which one to load or which one to spawn. Cloning works as a method of instancing if your template instancing is just a simple clone. Yes. If your stuff is very simple, then simple stuff works. That is, yes. We haven't gotten anything on screen. Let's get something on screen. So this is start game. Let's do Spawn game over, let's say, I guess, since we named it game over. See, we'll get button. We'll get text new, new game. We'll get, I guess, nothing else, and then observe, trigger, where are we going? Pointer, click, I think is the right sequence of stuff to say. And then we'll just info new game for now. And we will, curious, I guess because this is local, if we do the state scoped entity here, then it should despawn the observer. So that'll be fine. App state, game over. Let's see. You meant you wanted some data. For example, starting goal to be associated with a level manages to load levels just fine. It ends up being singleton entities. Yeah, I mean, I could think of a couple of different ways to do that, but instance is maybe the wrong word. You meant spawn. Like if you have a player entity with tons of components and handles, it's hard to have a simple way of spawning a complete setup with handles and components. I don't think it's that hard, actually. You might not be familiar with custom commands. I think custom commands are a totally viable way to do that today. I'm glad you're enjoying the videos. I hope that I speak clear enough English in my videos that you are capable of following. But your English is very good, so. What was I gonna say? Yeah, custom commands. Not the GitHub. Let's go command. I guess commands can be functions too. I was looking for the impl command. So if you impl command for whatever, this gives you world access. You can take world access, do whatever you want, get any handles you want, etc., and then do commands.spawn. So if you need to encapsulate stuff, historically, the way that I've encapsulated complicated spawning logic is by doing a command. This will let you spawn stuff, and it will let you get arbitrary access to the world, which will give you resources, handles, whatever you want. It is a little bit weird if you're not familiar with working with the world, because it has slightly different APIs. If you are, for some reason, very uncomfortable with this, the other thing you can do is have an observer, and observers will let you trigger an event to spawn something. It's a little bit... some people don't like this pattern in general. I think that I might still go with command in general. But if you do an observer, you can trigger like spawn player or something like that. That is an event. That event can hold some data. You can accept that event and then use any kind of other queries that you want and do your spawn in here. And that also works. So there are definitely multiple ways of today encapsulating complicated spawning logic in different ways. And remember, observers run basically instantly, right? Commands.trigger and commands.spawn both go to that command queue. That command queue gets executed basically immediately after that system ends. And anything that you do inside of that observer recursively executes immediately before the next command is processed. So yeah, if you were using added player as a query in a system, then that could result in, like, if you spawn something and the event system or the event reader is before that, you'll have to go through the whole tick before you can get to that. Observers and commands don't work that way. They just happen effectively immediately. It is not actually immediate in the sense that, like, it doesn't happen in the middle of a function. But you can do observers that are like spawn whatever. And I find that this is easier for people to write because it's the same as systems. But the other thing that has worked for a very long time now is custom command implementations, where you just commands.q your command with effectively the same event, and then you just get world access and you can do whatever you want. Yes, you can just write a function that takes a world and use it as a command. Yes. I actually tend to like this version of stuff. I do this for plugins too. I think unless I'm doing like one-off commands, I don't use, or unless I'm doing like one-off whatevers. Actually, I have to be honest, I never use the function version of plugins. I really like having right at the top of the file, impl plugin for whatever, and that's where everything is. You didn't know about this. You were doing the opposite to do this. You were making a spawn player trait and implementing that trait for commands. Yeah, you can just impl command directly, and you can just have a function that accepts world or whatever. All of those things work. I tend to like implementing the traits like this. I know that there's a bunch of people who prefer just using functions. There's nothing inherently wrong with either of them. There are some drawbacks to doing the function itself, especially when you come to plugins. But you'll run into those if you decide to do it. So let's do add systems, on enter, app state, game over, spawn game over. You actually agree. For plugins, you don't like the struct trait, but for commands, using a function somehow feels more natural. Like, of course, a command is just a function you add to the command queue. Yeah, that's fair. Totally. I mean, like, it's not like a objective truth kind of thing. It's just like these things work and you can use whatever you want. Yeah. I mean, I thought that's what you meant for the plugins. That's how I read it anyway. Functions for commands and structs for plugins. So start, this gives us hopefully a button. If I have written code while talking correctly. Nope. State transition schedule is missing. That means I did this beforehand. This is one of those things that I wish we could fix. I didn't get my button. Spawn game over. On enter app state game over. App state game over is the default. We initialized the state. We're running. What did I do wrong? I did. Let me get the one of the other things that's really interesting actually. State transitions. I always forget what the name of this function is. Log transitions. I wish there was an example right here. Maybe I'll write a note to myself to do that later. If I have somewhere easy to write it. I don't. Well, I'll forget later. This is on app, right? I know I just forgot to do something. Oh, right. Bevy DevTools needs to be enabled. not features, version equals features equals, I think this is still called Bevy DevTools. I don't actually remember. I need to move Rust Analyzer to a different directory. They always compete. It's basically a system to run later. Yeah. Yeah, I totally get like if your mental model of the command queue is just like a callback, which effectively observers are too, right? That makes total sense. I think that when I do custom commands, I think of them as like units of reproducible behavior more than I think of them as like arbitrary run later functions. But yeah, I do get that. Implement a nice loading transition when loading into new scenes with all assets ready. Thank you, states. Yeah, Bevy Asset Loader has a great example of using IES progress for that kind of stuff too. Do I need a camera? I do. Thank you. Whoops. Let's do a startup for that though. That's what I get for talking to chat and also trying to code. I don't think we need default on camera 2D, right? I still want log transitions to work, but we're going to add .startup. And this should show our button up in the top left, and we can click it, and it has new game, and that's wonderful. The one thing that this doesn't do, that I would like to do, is I would love this to be centered. And when I think about this, there will be a node here, but do I want the entire screen to be clickable? I think the entire screen being clickable is fine. So I'm going to take a shortcut and just throw the node in here, I think. Let's do node default, justify content center, align items center, width, val, percentage, 100, height, val, percent, 100. So we should end up with a button here that is the full width and height, and then I just need to set my text. Though it does lead to the odd case where a function can be a one-shot exclusive world access system and command at the same time. Yeah, I think that the Leafwing did get the release. If you're waiting on a Leafwing input release, it got it yesterday, so it's out now. Yeah, there's also the case of like if you do. So for the Blender stuff, and we do a lot of reflection information, right? If you do reflect for a component, that is also a, what was I thinking? There are people who like to do things like derive component for something that is also a resource, and derive component for something that is also like another thing. And I don't necessarily like that pattern, because I think it leads to people potentially using things in ways that they're not supposed to be used and not wondering why they don't work. Add systems, update log transition. Yes, thank you. Getting my 101 schooling from chat today. On enter, game over, add systems, whatever. Right, I don't call it because it's a system. It calls it. Cool. So then we see in the logout here, asteroids app state transition from none to some gain over. Bevy UI using the Flexbox system is awesome as a web dev. Alternative opinion, kind of scary as an involuntary sometimes web dev for Bevy to use Flexbox. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of UI opinions. I've worked in web and other things doing UI stuff for a very long time before I did like Rust and game dev stuff. It's hard for me. It would be hard for somebody to convince me that I would want to not use web technology in general. I think that, especially when I think about, actually, there was some article that went around recently that was basically like, oh, what are the Rust UI toolkits that you can use? And in my mind, it's basically like use Leptos and the web platform, or take major sacrificial hits in terms of accessibility. And that is just like not really an acceptable trade-off to me. So yeah, I don't know. It's really tough to convince me that I shouldn't be using web tech. I think that for like resource constrained use cases like embedded UI, I totally see why Slint exists. If you're doing something that is like Linux operating system desktop environment, I totally see why Iced exists. But for any application that I'm going to build as an end user, I don't really see a good reason to use those tools. I think that even using Tori, right? If you're building a desktop app, I mean, personally, I think using Electron is fine too. So like, just to be clear about where I stand there. You think a resource is a singleton and a component is something that can have multiple, right? Vaguely, yeah. Resources are basically global data, and components live on entities. Thus, you can have an entity with one component, but you can have multiple entities that have one of those components. So multiple components in that sense. And resources are always just like there's one resource. Resources should just be components on specific, always alive entities. Yes, we're getting into the classic Bevy dilemma of if it's not an entity, make it an entity. Queries for resources for everything. You made a smooth particle hydrodynamics fluid simulation, and now you want to calculate the density of each particle using shaders. What would be the easiest way to do this? I don't know how you would do. You want to calculate the density of each particle? I guess I don't know how you did the first one in the first place. So like, I don't know where your data is coming from. So I don't know what the easiest way to do that would be. Web dev is awesome if you want to make something super easy to be accessed. Yeah, if you want something that's super accessible, it's tough to beat the web platform at the moment. I think if you're doing something native, maybe if you're doing like a Swift UI, I could see the argument. Like if you're deploying a Mac OS app and you're using Swift UI, or an iOS app and you're using Swift UI, I could see the argument. But it's tough for me to, yeah, I don't know. Bevy UI choosing to be dog fooded is a huge project. And I think that people who want editor and stuff like that probably underestimate how big of a project actually building out Bevy UI is. So like when Bevy UI is, you know, or the editor is like not here yet, so to speak, I totally understand why, because that is a massive project. How can you read back the data in a shader to the main app? There's a GPU readback example in the Bevy repo, if you want to look at that. Bevy app compute also got updated to 0.16. That is true. Hot take, the web should have additions like Rust to be able to deprecate a bunch of BS, which is only around for backward compatibility. I mean, like, JavaScript has versions, you know? Talk to me about why ES4 didn't become a thing, you know? How hard could it be? Gets trapped in a temporal loop of Muppets Christmas Carol making for Dunning-Kruger. Sometimes wonder how much UI and internal logic separation is a good idea for Bevy. Like if you have several game resources read from a file, and you want to be able to spend them to build stuff. Yeah, those versions are always additive. Yeah. I mean, like Chrome will just arbitrarily deprecate something if it really needs to. Like I'm pretty sure Marquee is just gone, right? Or maybe it was Blink. Blink is just gone now. But yeah, I mean, like realistically, the web is a giant smorgasbord of people who decided to build browsers. And if you don't build a browser, then you don't really have all that much say about what happens. You have to convince everybody else to do the work, which is really tough, which is why those all like the web has a ton of committees for trying to organize and telling people how to build stuff, right? That's why Baseline exists, right? Baseline 2025 for like, can we get everybody to like forcibly agree on a set of functionality that we should implement next year? You learned CSS by building a browser? Yeah, given your career, I could see that for sure. Honestly, with additions, the idea would be browsers can freeze their parsers, interpreters, renderers once the addition switches over. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I have an opinion on that. I haven't been part of building a browser, so I'm just not gonna have an opinion there. I think the addition system in Rust is great. That's as far as I'll go. Will quantum secure encryption be built into the browsers? I have no idea. I know nothing about quantum computing. Okay, my text is not in the right place, so I'm gonna children it. I guess the reason I'm putting a node around text and not around this is the other thing that trips me up all the time, by the way. I've figured out the children macro like doesn't have a good error message if you do this and then do something else here, like another component. Especially when building UI stuff, you'll get like an error message about it not being part of a UI route or something like that, which is a really confusing error. Text new game. I guess technically we don't need anything else. This should just be the size of the text, right? And then it should be centered. Yeah. So this will just live over the top of everything else. So here then we need next state. So next state these days is what? Mute next state, res, next state, app state. Have I already broke my formatting? Wonderful. That's what I get for doing things inline. Next state dot set app state playing. I wrote that wrong, didn't I? Resmute. Okay, so now we click the button goes away. Let's spawn. We're going to do gizmos, right? So let's do, I don't know if it needs to be mute gizmos these days for retained gizmos specifically. I haven't worked that much with retained gizmos yet. I hope we have an example for that. You want a game where you only have to click a button? Well, there's plenty of those. Some of them get submitted to every Bevy game jam. So I'm sure Bevy game jam, I guess we're on what, 5, 6? 6 probably. Bevy game jam 6 will have a bunch of cookie clicker clones. Clickers are a genre, absolutely. I'm definitely not against the genre, but I feel like I have a limited number of clicks per day. So spending them clicking a game like that is not the thing that I want to do. But that's a me thing. That's not like clickers are fine. Incremental games. Like people really enjoy incremental games. What was I in here looking for? Gizmos. Gizmos have their own folder. Text, draw gizmo. This is the... Where is our retained gizmos? Did we not have one in here? We have to have one in here, right? Is it a completely separate example? We have one in the release notes, I think. Did we not have an example for retained gizmos? I guess not. We kind of need one, right? Interesting. Retained gizmos. I guess it's gizmo asset. That's the thing that I was going to need help with. Gizmo asset. Crimson, huh? What is default there? That's a really interesting... I don't think I've seen that in any other Bevy example. Passing default in as an argument. I wonder what error we're getting here. Yeah. So that doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? Is there something about this example? No, we have everything that this example has. There's nothing determining what this should be. Unless the API changed at some point. You probably need to import it. I don't think so. I think the issue is that the argument for Gizmo Sphere is an into, and thus doing a default for into doesn't work. Right, because the issue here is that we have a default for gizmos.sphere, and it says type annotations needed for default because it can't infer the type because the declaration for this is into isometry 3D. So like theoretically, this works. Does this work? No. I was wondering if it was a, like, didn't make it through the custom default function issue, but it does seem to be able to infer that just fine. So it is the, did I find a bug in the docs release notes? The release notes, this right here doesn't seem to work. Which I need to write down to submit a PR for later. That is not a thing I can skip now that I've seen it, unless somebody else wants to do it. It's probably an easy PR for somebody, if somebody wants to PR to the website. Zero 16.1 updated release. Oh, yeah. There was another one too that didn't go well. I forget what it was. Just put that over there. I mean, if we're going to do isometry, we don't have a 0 here, do we? So we have to do default. Interesting. Let's not make it a million lines. We don't need a million line sphere. It was something with a transform. I think it was the fallible. Was it the fallible systems example? I think you were posting about that in general too. Yeah, there was an OK missing, and then there was actually, if I remember correctly, it wasn't just the OK, but it was also like the mutable access was an issue. So there's our little circle. So dot sphere is not what we want actually, by the way. Where is circle, isometry, radius, color? We actually don't want circle either. Is there a triangle? Can triangle be a little bit easier to find, please? I guess triangle would have to come from math and then we would throw it into the gizmos. So do we have primitive 2D then? We have to have primitive 2D here, right? Primitive 2D, primitive isometry color. So this will be a triangle 2D. Hopefully there's a default. Isometry, default. Color red. We don't need the resolution or anything. Isometry 2D default. Is triangle 2D not what we needed? We needed a reference to the triangle 2D. From translation, no. Where is our scale parameter? Do we have to draw the triangle with the scale? Wow, that page is so long. Triangle 2D, new, vec2, vec2, vec2. Those are our axis points. I guess that would be it. I kind of don't care, but we are going to. So I guess we just do it now. So let's do negative 0.5, negative 0.5, 0, 0.5, and then 0.5, 0.5. So that gives us an equilateral triangle pointed up. And then this would need to be, hopefully there would be like a width scale here. Because like I don't really want to. Why is this so little? It's so little. Actually, interesting point about why it's so little. It's so little because when you're dealing with camera 2D and orthographic perspective, you have 1 unit equal to 1 pixel. So while you're in 3D, 1 unit is 1 meter. 1 unit in 2D is a pixel. Yeah, we could do vec2 time scale, but then we would need to do vec2 scaled for all of the individual ones, and I don't really want to do that per se. I feel like there needs to be a better way to do that. This is just one of those things where like I haven't worked with the triangle 2D that much, and it feels like there should be a better way to scale the triangle. I feel like I should be able to define it in terms of unit coordinates and then make it as big as I want it to make it. Which may not be true. Yeah, okay, so it's not, because this is for the wireframes, just making it as big as they want it via vec2. It feels like there should be a scale here. But I guess there isn't. So I guess since there is no scale, it doesn't matter what these numbers are. So to make the math easier, we can just do, I don't know, make it like 50 for now. So now we have a triangle. And I made the order wrong, clearly. -1, -1, 0, 1, 1, -1. So like this, and then we can make this a little bit more shippy by taking these two values, the x values, and doing like 0.6. Just make it a little bit more angular. So now we have something that looks a little bit more like the ship. And we can scale this back down now that we've seen it. Maybe we leave it at a fairly large size just for visual sake. Good news, the other broken function, the one with the okay, etc., got fixed. Nice. So the only thing that is in my head for this is we're going to have to do an avian collider on this at some point. We aren't bringing in avian at all here, so let's do use avian 2D prelude star. We don't have the physics plugins. We want the physics plugins. I guess since we're doing physics, we're going to end up doing like linear velocity and stuff. Realistically, the only reason we're doing avian 2D is for the triangle collider. which feels very weird. But since we are using it, we might as well actually use it for things like linear velocity and stuff, rather than like using it for the triangle collider. And I'm going to bring in physics. Is it physics debug plugins? Physics debug plugin. Well, Rust Analyzer didn't throw up a spiky warning, so I'm going to assume that that's fine. And then this collider, then we want it to be a triangle, which is going to be the same thing, right? So let's do triangle. Let's get rid of this comment that's no longer true. Let's call this ship. And let's do ship.x. Did we get that? No. We don't get x here either, right? I guess this doesn't make sense anyway, right? X, Y, Z doesn't make sense. So 1, 0. Bit weird that we have so many issues now. Smells to me like I put a comma in the wrong place. Gizmo, primitive 2D, collider, triangle. That's because I put this in like the worst place I possibly could have put that. Chat didn't even notice. I don't know why I put it there. Wasn't thinking. Cannot find triangle in the scope. That's because this is a ship. So there we go. Probably worth actually getting rid of this gizmo for a second and just checking the collider. So the collider does match up basically exactly the same because they overlay each other, which is great. So the physics debug plugin, unfortunately, is not going to do us much good in that sense because they're exact matches. But all that works. So we already wrote ship movement and window wrapping in our other branch from a while back. So maybe we just go through and take a look at those. And see if they're worthy of porting. Right, we're doing linear movement here. The other thing is, while we're on the subject of input and using third-party crates, one thing we could do is start pointing people to Bevy enhanced input. I feel like this is complexity that people won't want in the workshop, though. Bevy enhanced input is what I would use for any production game at this point, or any game that I was going to work on for longer than, you know, a week. This wrapping movement system feels a little bit overwrought. Primary window is primary window. I guess we should really be defining the play space. But I don't think we have any other reason to, really. So I think I'll leave it. We do have a wrapping movement component, which is what we're putting on things to get wrapping movement. I think everything except for the UFO has it. So we are in here. Let's do add systems, update. This is also a little bit weird. It feels a little bit like if we're doing on enter app state playing, we should also be able to do on update. But instead it's run if. So we use run conditions in the update schedule. I guess it's because there is no like update schedule dedicated to a state. We aren't moving yet, so we don't know if the wrapping actually works, but we will in a second. This is no longer that. The one thing that it's unfortunate here is, well, is it unfortunate? We could do okay or, right, with this question mark. And I think it's okay in this case. I just really don't like that. Is single a result already? Perfect. Oh, the other thing is that this should just be single, right? Single window with primary, and thus this doesn't actually exist at all. Do I want to be cheeky here, or do I want to leave the repetition? I think I'm going to leave the repetition. Yeah, sometimes you got to do an into inner. If you want to destructure it specifically, you would have to do an into inner. We didn't want to spoil it for you. Also, cool thing is that you can wrap a single in an option to make it optional. Yes. That is cool in a sense. I try to stay away from optional queries, personally. That's just kind of a vibe thing. I don't really have strong reasons for it. I try not to run systems on things that are too many variables, if that makes sense. Like if you have a bunch of options, that kind of indicates to me that they should be different systems, right? Because if the thing can have, 5 optional parameters or something, should they all be in, like, should you be operating on them all in the same system? In any case. We already have spin too, so maybe we just grab spin here and linear movement, and we'll completely get rid of linear movement. We have a pause in the other game too. I don't think that we really care about pause for the demo. To do rotate 2D, spin, we'll just kind of like leave this over here for now and deal with it in a second. Delta seconds is not how that works anymore. This will be linear velocity probably, right? This is doing effectively what Avian's going to do for us in terms of damping. We are keeping track of the direction. Do we need to do that? I think the rotation of the transform will already tell us the direction. So in here, we're going to do transform dot rotation dot as, no, to vec3, as vec3, to axis angle. No. It's going to give us a vec3. We can drop the y. Rotate towards. What else do we have access to here? Quats are not my strong suit. Scaled axis, owned. Axis angle returns the rotation axis, normalized, and the angle in radians. We don't really want the angles in radians. We want the angle. Wait, this gives us the. So we can do vec3z. No, that's the return type I was looking at, wasn't it? Two axis angle just gives us those. It shouldn't be rotated on Z. Still feels a little bit weird to grab this. Transform.rotation is a quat, right? Yes. And I guess in the old code, we just assume that it's always around the y-axis. Or not around the y-axis, but... Why am I multiplying by y? Y feels like the wrong one to multiply by. This should be a Z rotation, right? Was this logic wrong the first time? That feels really weird. How are we doing the rotation? Spin. Yeah, we're rotating Z. Why did we have Y there? That feels wrong. Oh, maybe, you know what? It might have been. We might have been storing XY there instead of XYZ. Yeah, this is a vec2. This is a quat. And we were going to apply this to the XY facing. So we already didn't have Z. That's why. Docs.rs quat to vector, right? Linear movement needs to go in the direction of this vector. There should be a function for doing that, and I'm blanking on it again. From is length slurp we could do 2 Euler and grab the thing, but no. Returns the vector part of the quaternion. Is that correct? I don't know quaternions well enough to know inherently what W is. I'm going to have to look this up later, is what it's going to be. Let's see if XYZ does it for us for the moment. And then this would need to be Z needs to be 0 here, right? I think it always will be because we're never rotating, or rather X and Y are going to be 0 here, right? Translation delta, we move the transform ourselves. We just want to set the linear velocity here. The question is, linear velocity is the pre-existing velocity. We have a direction that we need to go in. We need to effectively modify the linear velocity with a force in that direction. So do we have docs.rs, Aven? Should we just be doing force whenever the button is pressed? Is my thought. Force is not it. It is external force. Yeah. So this would be spawning in the external force on that entity. It would be a long-term force. I don't think. If you want to apply a force in some direction relative to the body's frame of reference, you need to rotate the force using the transformer rotation. Okay. So this should just work. Given whatever rotation we have, we can use the Y. That's why we were doing this kind of thing. Okay, that makes more sense. In which case, we would theoretically need to spawn this in and not make it persistent if we were going to do that. If you want to apply a force in the same local direction every frame, consider setting persistent to false and running apply force in a system. Adds the given world space force to the force that will be applied. My question is, I guess persistence will clear the value every frame. Yeah, should automatically be cleared every physics frame. So with persistence, false. And then we just need that component on it. I don't know if the component is on it by default. That's an interesting thing to note. Let's do a transform linear velocity. Let's get rid of this for a second. Let's do commands. Mute objects. We only have the one object. So if I grow entity here and commands.entity, this is the alternative to having Bevy inspector eGUI effectively. This will log every single time. Let's make this single for a second, just for ease of use. Did that not? Oh, right, because, okay. Let's just do objects. Should have just put this in this loop. Why did I comment out the loop if I'm going to rewrite the loop? I don't know why I did that. Linear movement needs to run with wrapping. So we're going to put these together. These probably shouldn't be in update. They should be in fixed update. Does Bevy have events and signals? Observer pattern. It has observers, literally. I don't know what version of events and signals you're familiar with, but it literally has a feature called observers. They are effectively callbacks, but they are structured as events that then fire later. I also don't know which version of signals you're familiar with. It doesn't have like the modern UI version of signals. Like it doesn't have reactivity in signals, reactive signals, or whatever you want to call them. But you can fire an event and handle it. Absolutely. Been checking through the source of Lou Kinetoscope, and you made it almost the same. Good to know you're on the right track with your implementation. Nice. That's dope. I don't think I have any input here. Which was the downside. What is it? Res button input key code. Oh, the other thing is that just doesn't run. Okay, that's what we were doing. Sorry. It just doesn't run because it doesn't have anything on it. So let's put linear velocity on it first. Should probably label this with ship, but let's start with 0. Didn't I just make a video about observers? I did just make a video about observers. Because I'm so good at advertising the things that I do. I forget that I do things. I can probably just dump the video URL in chat, actually, now that I think about it. I make things and then don't tell anybody about them. That's the best way to, you know, get people to watch your stuff, right? Never tell anybody about what you did, ever. Wait, how do I get the URL here? There we go. Copy link. Here's the observers video. I just saw a hilarious comment that's like something along the lines of, you should make a Bevy course. I don't know if that person's in stream, but I definitely just saw that while I was grabbing the URL. Yeah, part of the, I don't know if that person's in stream or not, but somebody's telling me that I should sell a Bevy course. One of the reasons that I'm doing the videos that I'm doing currently is to build up a library of stuff that I can keep up to date over a long period of time. I should make an Unreal Engine course. My Unreal Engine course is, I don't know, how to download Unreal Engine. That's about all I know. Yeah, so external force is not one of the required components. We could have also realized that by looking at the docs. So if we go to like linear velocity, because this is the only one that we put in here, and we go to the source and we go, okay, what is required here? What is required here? I don't see anything required here. Maybe it's on Collider. We go to Collider and we go to source. Then we get collider marker, AABB, and density and mass properties. So we see things like collider mass properties here. Those probably also have their own required components. For example, like Y is position here. We don't have anything like rigid bodies in here yet. We probably should since we have the collider. So let's do rigid body kinematic. We don't really have any physical collisions that are going to happen here. We're really only using this for collider, but since we have linear velocity, so even here, you see after we add that, we have external force with the rigid body. You should make a video about uninstalling it, quite a plane. I think uninstalling things, especially on Windows, gets tough, right? Things get locked up in the registry and whatnot. I guess theoretically, like, we know that that is currently a required component, so it would show up anyway. But since we know we want it, we should probably put it on anyway. So at that point, we are doing this kind of thing. Back. Yeah. With persistence, I think, is what we need to do on the original, right? So this will clear every frame. And we want to do apply force. Apply force at point is cool. I didn't know about that one. Cool. So instead of this stuff that we have here now, we want this. And I think we actually don't care about linear velocity. So let's get rid of this and let's do mute external force or mute force. Because we won't need this system for meteors, because meteors will just get a linear velocity and they'll just keep going. So transform and vec3. Why is this an issue? I don't know. Let's find out. Yeah, or to reinstall Windows at times is less of a hassle. Yeah. Expected vec2, found vec3. And these two things can't compute because quat vec2 doesn't make sense, right? So if we want to do this and we want to do the right then this would be xy, right? And all of this, basically all of this other stuff can go away. This thing will just fly off into space currently because we aren't restricting it based on input. Or it should anyway. It is not currently. Rotation times vec y times 100. Just make it go if it's going to go. Feels weird that doesn't work at all. Oh, you know what? You know why it feels weird that it doesn't work at all? Because I am just doing so well today with the things that are supposed to be happening. Force, apply force. Do we need this anymore? If that's the case, yes, it looks like that's still an issue. Still kind of concerning that this doesn't I guess force is always going to be 0 here. So let's debug force here. X, Y, 100. Not moving at all, though. Does it need to be Z? Z should be in and out of the screen, right? 2D, X, Y should be the... Unless I'm blanking. Why would I can't imagine why I would be blanking. Maybe I messed something up with my mental model of how the rotation works? No. It is XY. Transform also we could debug. Typically it's XY in that coordinate plane for 2D. Z up in 3D. Or no, not Z up. I've been doing too much Blender. Translation not moving. External force. Why would the external force, which would then be applied, not work? It gives us back a mutable reference to self. Takes a mutable reference, so it is mutating this. I do think we want to apply force in the long term. This is trying to apply a force. In my head, why is this not working? Apply force, rigid body dynamic force. Do forces not work on kinematic rigid bodies? Yeah, that was it. Well, no, that's gravity, actually, I think. But let's invert this just to be sure. Yeah, that's gravity. Which we don't want. We don't want gravity. And the force has no impact. So that's interesting. Why does the force not have impact? Kinematic doesn't take outside forces, true. I wouldn't have considered this like an outside force, if that makes sense. But it doesn't work on dynamic either, so there's something else wrong. Why is this an Aven 3D example in the external force? The force is in world space. Doesn't matter because it's not applying at all in any direction. Is persistence an issue? Persistence should be cleared every frame. That makes sense. Right? Unless this needs to run at a specific time and is thus getting cleared. I guess let's do with persistence true just to check. This should zoom off the screen if that's the case. See how big the external force is growing there, and it's not moving that fast. So I'm tempted to say that this is, for some reason, external force is not even applying. Oh, there we go. Maybe it's just not big enough. Maybe my force scale was just, my mental model of like the scale of the force that would need to be applied here is wrong completely. That could be it. We could change the scale as well, because it wouldn't grow with persistence, right? It would be constant. So it would still move slowly here. Yeah. External force. Let's just track the linear velocity of this. My scaling was just off, is all it was. So we can see the linear velocity is moving up. Do we have the angular? We don't have the angular yet. So let's get an angular in to make sure that our y-axis is operating correctly. I think the angular velocity feels like something that should be very controllable. Gravity was working against it, not enough to force to counteract gravity. I don't think it was enough force to really do anything in general. We can definitely turn gravity off though, which we will have to do. So like insert resource gravity 0, right? Or is that not how we do gravity? We don't want any gravity anyway. So insert resource gravity vec2 neg y 0. So vec2 0. Which feels weird. Why is that? Maybe it's insert. It's the weekend of simple mistakes is what it is. I do think this force has to be fairly large. I think that because this needs to be scaled so high for it to matter, we might want to I'm trying to think about the best way to do this in terms of the workshop. Because, like, I don't really want to get deep into how do you set the mass of this. I would much rather have, like, everything scaled up. One of the things that they have, like, immediately in the FAQ is, like, why are things moving so slowly? If your application is in 2D, you might be using pixels as length units, which we are. That's what I explained earlier. This will require you to larger velocities and forces than in 3D. Make sure you set gravity to some larger value because it's 9.81. So it's like just not defaulted to good 2D. I feel like there's a scale in general here. Like a physics scale of some kind. I don't know if that's still in here. You could also just zoom in the 2D camera more. Yeah. which I think we should be doing anyway. I don't want to zoom it in incredibly far, but maybe we should just set it to something. Let's do Vec2. We do this in other workshops too, so it's not that bad. How far down do we want to go is the question. What's 40p? 480p. No. 480. Well, that's trying to think of a reasonable resolution. Like even 1280 by 720 means that this is fairly large, right? We got to go to window for camera 2D, or not window, but target viewport, computed clear color, order, output modes. Where's our scale? Orthographic projection. That's what we need. Sorry. Projection. We wrapped this, so it's orthographic. And this is orthographic projection, and we don't need camera here because we're not setting HDR or something. And this is going to be orthographic projection. Orthographic projection. Default 2D. Scaling mode. What do we want to do here? Fixed horizontal, fixed vertical. Let's go with fixed horizontal. You wrote the issue for scaling primitive 2D, primitive 3D? Sweet. Thank you. Appreciate that. Aven has physics length unit as a scale. Yeah, physics length unit is what I was looking for. We'll check that out in a second. We're going to finish one approach before we split our brain and go 2 approaches. Let's get rid of this. Generate variant. That's not what we need to do. Render camera scaling mode. Render camera scaling mode. So this will make our ship functionally not that different. If we do, let's do like 480 for no real reason other than to just like see it. Still moves pretty slowly. You prefer auto max? I think that because I'm thinking about this in terms of asteroids, we don't have a built-in way to do like black bars, which is probably what I would do. This is one of those things where, like, if I want to have a specific canvas size and if the window is the wrong size, then what do you do? Situations. I think that in general, for educational material, expecting people to have it full screened or something like that is fine. So, like, hey, if you don't have this in 16:9, it just isn't going to work quite as well. Is fine. We would have to scale the triangle down a little bit if we did this. We should have something here because we really... So the reason I didn't do this originally, the reason I'm thinking about this, is because I felt like sizing this wasn't a critical part of the workshop, right? I feel like sizing the playing field doesn't add that much value. Because typically what happens is people who are doing something like this or going through this workshop would not be packaging the application to send to somebody with a significantly different resolution. And if they do end up doing that, then they will see the problem at that time and can fix it. But unless you're doing that, unless you're using like multiple resolution monitors or something, and you're dragging it back and forth, like if I took this and put it over here or whatever and pulled it back, I just don't think that it matters all that much. So now this is just code that kind of has to be there, but not for any real specific reason, you know? And I don't love that. I don't love that we would have to talk about the scaling mode, even though this is a game for which whatever window size you use, it should wrap around anyway. You can set the clear color, right? Yes, you can set the clear color. The clear color is for the entire camera, though. So if we do resource, clear color, color from sky 400, right? This is the entire window. No matter what you do. The clear color is everything being rendered, which is the whole camera, right? There's no built-in cropping, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense to people. To be fair, maybe your special case, but you have odd size tiling and also a portrait 1440p screen, so your standards for needs to adjust to odd resolutions nicely is a bit different. Yeah, but I also think that, like, if you are a person with multiple monitors, right? Good luck with the Minecraft movie. If you're a person with multiple monitors, you know you have multiple monitors and you know the resolutions of those monitors, and you've seen things change from monitor to monitor. So when you individually drag something from one to the other and it gets bigger, you know why, right? I think that most people are probably doing this on a single monitor. I think that most people are either going to be doing it on their laptop or on their desktop, or, you know, two monitors of the same resolution and size because they got them at the same time, or, you know, whatever. Or they're working on one desktop monitor. I think that having multiple monitors is not necessarily, even though is probably more common for tech people than not. I think that multiple monitors is not necessarily the case we should be coding for. So the question then is, there's physics. Somebody brought it up earlier. Physics. Length unit. Note that this is not used to scale forces. So units per meter scaling. If you were building basically allows it internally to treat one as or treat 100 as one. Thus, if you were doing something that was extremely large or whatever, or extremely small, you could improve stability of, or improve like the usage of the F32 space by changing this, but it wouldn't change the actual value you had to put into the force. That's how I'm reading this. Right, so theoretically, if we took this and we inserted it as a resource, this should not fundamentally change the way the app behaves. So let's see how it runs currently, which is just kind of like, okay, whatever. Let's get rid of that clear color too. That clear color is not, or I guess let's just change it to slate 950 because that's what I like to use. I think slate 950 is better than black. If we insert resource here and we get a physics length unit, and this is 100. I keep writing init and I mean insert. This is not substantially different, right? If we make this something ridiculously large, it also doesn't have any effect, probably. Yeah. So this doesn't do that. So I think if we want things to visually speed up or whatever, we would have to do the scaling and whatever. Scaling isn't the only way to zoom in. You can also spawn the camera with a scale of greater than 1 to zoom in to make physics behave nicer. There is a scale, but I think scale and scale mode effectively do the same thing. It's just two different ways to do the same thing. That's my understanding of the two values anyway. Like the narrow space speculative threshold, yeah. Yeah, but we aren't really doing that kind of stuff. So I think the only way that we get this to be stable in that sense is this is still a force of 10,000 pixels, right? That still feels huge. And it has to be bigger if we want it to do other things. Maybe this is fine. Let's get the rotational movement in. Because there's going to be no damping on this as well. So this theoretically is our rotation. Rotational velocity would be the correlated, or angular velocity, sorry. Angular velocity. But this doesn't behave in the same way. Like if you do left, it should not like continually rotate unless you have the left key clicked down. So I don't think these should be forces in that sense. Because we shouldn't be adjusting the angular velocity, right? Or as you said, transform scale on the camera. I mean, I don't like zooming in doesn't necessarily change the physics. Right? And I don't particularly right. You have to write so much code to do this too. Scaling mode, fixed horizontal, scaling window size is like, it's a vec2 or something, right? With a scale of 1, lengths in world units will be mapped 1-to-1 with the number of pixels used to render it. For example, if we have a 6464 sprite, no custom size and no inherited scale, the sprite is 6464. When it's set to window size, when the window scale factor is 1, and there's nothing here to adjust it, so you would have to just adjust the transform, I guess is what you're saying. So it'd be transform from scale vec 3, let's do 10, 10. It feels weird to be adjusting this, honestly. This, that, this. Window size is not a tuple variant. I don't know where you got that from. Unless you're saying it's a window size on something else. But window size is a unit variant. There were changes to scaling. I don't know. There was a whole discussion around scaling and scaling mode and which one we should have and whether there should be both. There was an attempt to reduce them to one value. But I think that people just like generally speaking weren't happy with the result of that. That's not how you spell scaling mode. If I remember correctly, the user experience of having to use scale to replicate previous behaviors was something that people were unhappy with. Closed. Like, I think this got merged and reverted. Revert here. Did that happen in this? This was last cycle, so it would have been in 0.15. Removed for correctness and redundancy reasons. On the scale of an individual product, this is project. Yeah, project. This is fine. But yeah, so it got added back. And then there was another PR to change the scaling stuff. Yeah, so scaling mode window size was by far the biggest offender. This was the default and stored a float that was fully redundant to setting scale. So that's why it doesn't exist anymore, because it is just scale. You should set scale to zoom cameras. I think the downside of setting scale is if you do it wrong, nothing shows up. And I feel like it's really easy to do it wrong. Okay, from scale has to be normalized. Is that true? So this becomes 0.1. And Z has to be 1. So now we're like doing 1 over something or other. But like the physics of it still doesn't change. Right? Like it still moves at the same speed. Orthographic projection dot scale is what you want. Okay. I mean, regardless, it's effectively the same thing, right? But like this number still needs to go up. Yeah, but that's like, now we're getting into like, why are we reducing the size of the mass of the ship to match the window? Like, you know, it feels like if I was going to build this game for real, I wouldn't be using an external constant force, right? I would try to be using some kind of curve adjustment for the application of that force so that if you turned around, it was more responsive. So if we're getting into like making it feel good, I think that's an entirely different discussion, right? I think that cutting it off at functional is where most of these things should cut off rather than cutting off at because like if you were actually trying to make things feel good, right, you're targeting Steam release level of functionality, which doesn't feel like workshop level content. I think that due to the fact that making things feel good often means breaking out of usable APIs, even, right? Like, I guess box shadows is even a decent example, right? Like if you look at a box shadow for what is it? I saw an example for the Bevy new 2D menu. I don't know if they've merged that. or if that was a thing that recently got merged. I saw somebody demoing something like this. Maybe it wasn't the new 2D one. Maybe it was the other one. Maybe it was the 3D one. Maybe it was Jan's Foxtrot. All that to say, basically, like, box shadow is a great example because the default box shadow is going to be like, you don't recall right now what does the ship spawn look like? The code for the ship spawn, you mean? Code for the ship spawn is this one. Gizmo asset, currently dynamic, rigid body, even though we don't really need it to be. Triangle with the same triangle that we had for the ship. Linear velocity, external velocity. I'll leave that up for a second. But anyway, TLDR, if you use box shadow for like the default box shadow, I'm going to use MDN because that is the easiest way to show this. Like this box shadow, right? 10 pixel, 5.5 red gives you this. Technically is a box shadow, but does not produce a nice looking box shadow. Where's the tool? This one. Like box shadow requires a lot more work and a lot more shadows layered on top of each other to end up looking like a nice box shadow. And I think that's just this explosion in the amount of code to go from something that is actually very simple, like a box shadow, to get it from functional to looking good. I feel like that is a reasonable multiplier on the amount of effort, right? If you're going to make things look good, so to speak, the amount of effort to make that happen and the amount that you have to step outside of pre-existing APIs to do things like that is significant. So I think it working at all with the built-in APIs is what this targets. If I was doing something for Steam, I would put the effort in. Anyway, wrapping movement, linear movement. Is wrapping running? We don't have wrapping movement on our ship. So this should just work. Right, I think in this case, and which is why I wanted to see the ship spawn code, is that Aven calculates mass from the collider, and adjusting that after scale should have been all. You think we should have a lighter mass ship in general? I mean, I could see the argument for that. I think that mass of 0 fits, right? Like if we're saying, let's make this not have any mass or something like that. I just don't want to get people into like needing to calculate the relative masses of things. If mass is not present, but the entity has a collider, its collider mass properties computed based on the shape and the collider density will be used. Defaults to 1. So I don't know. It like I could go back and forth on this. I feel like Like the point of this wasn't really to get into physical characteristics, but I could see the argument for like making it less dense, like making things a little bit more responsive. So can we get it to just show in one giant? Because camera zoomed out makes stuff big, because stuff big, Avian thinks it has lots of mass, because it has lots of mass, it has tons of inertia. Yeah, so you're saying, like, your argument is basically that this ship should be like the original scale, not the multiplied scale. And thus, if it was the original scale, then the avian mass wouldn't be so big. And I can see that. I think that I can follow. It's really funny to see this going fast. So let's do that then, because the scale here, theoretically, this then should be like way smaller, right? We'll be able to see the dot at least here without changing anything. So this just zooms at that size, which sure. So let's do like ×1 for now. And you can see it moving a little bit, but then we would need to do the thing that we were just talking about and define the bounds a little bit tighter. We could just scale in, but how far do we have to scale in is an open question, I feel like. I feel like I don't want to do the scale parameter. I feel like I want to do fixed, horizontal, and stuff. Right? And then if everything scales, then all of this is the same. But smaller adjustments to the force have a bigger impact. Right? So 4 should make this accelerate significantly faster. Interesting note, the window size and the scaling are not the same thing. So if we do it this way and we want to implement wrapping, we have to implement wrapping for the canvas size that we want to set, which means that this scale parameter becomes significantly, we'll say, unergonomic. And then this needs to be quite small, right? So something more like a Game Boy Advance, right? Something like this, but this is still 400 wide, so we really don't get in there far enough yet. So this really has to be quite small, right? 200 would give 200 ships wide. So like, what is the play area of asteroids actually? At this point, that's the question, right? Asteroids, field size, game. Because this didn't have a resolution, right? Because it was that laser screen. So like realistically, we're thinking about how many ships tall is the screen, because there's no direct relation. Yeah, if the scale and collider was more aligned with world units behave in 3D, it would not need massive forces. Yeah, if Avian 2D came with something that wasn't per pixel, yeah. Because in 3D, one unit is 1 meter, so your shipper is currently like 20 by 20 meters. Yes, because pixels. That's up to you. You're just saying the whole world need giant force issue as well. Avian thinks, yes, I agree with you. You've convinced me. The question now that I have is, what is the size of this supposed to be? Let's get rid of whatever this is. How do I clear this? I probably can't copy paste this, can I? That probably doesn't exist in this program. Rotate, how do I rotate? Why can't I rotate using the corners like is normal? Like it doesn't inherently matter to get it exact, but there we go. So we'll call this like 20. 20 ships tall. So it'll be like 30 wide or something. 40 wide. You think 50? We're setting the width, and I counted the height, I know. So something a little bit more like that. The window size now needs to be like multiplied by the scaling mode. Right? Window, because we're using window resolution. So what else do we have on window? Window dot. Position, scale factor. So this code gets a little bit more complicated. Why does scale factor? Shouldn't this work? Or do I need to like... Shouldn't that be... Oh, I guess resolution isn't going to be that, is it? Window.resolution is a window resolution, not a vec2. So this is... I was wrapping using window resolution, yes. Which is like just a nice way to be like, how big is this? Without having to do any math or anything. On a bit of an unrelated note, you tried making a path tracer in Bevy, but it didn't work out exactly. Now you use raw WGPU, which works fine. Interesting. Curious as to why it didn't work out. Assuming that you were doing GPU-based path tracing in both. Are you using the WGPU ray queries? Or is there something else that was different? I know the ray queries. Actually, I don't know if the ray queries are around in Bevy. I think they are. I think we've updated far enough, but I don't know. I've actually never used them myself. Okay, so the question is, if we need this, then window, we have to get the parameters of the window somehow, right? Resolution no longer does it for us. Physical height, client area height and physical pixels. Maybe physical height and physical width would do it. Use viewport to world 2D. Physical height and physical width are F64s. You currently use a compute shader for tracing similar to Sebastian's video. You found yourself re-implementing lots of stuff like camera materials and meshes. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense if you're doing something in a compute shader, right? You should be able to get that data from Bevy, right? Like you should be able to take the camera data, bind it to your compute shader, and then use those matrices if you really wanted to. I could see how that would be tougher if you were less familiar with Bevy. But that data is around. I don't think you need to like recreate it, you know? Physical size. Maybe viewport. What does viewport give us? Camera.viewport. Camera.viewport. Physical size. And you were saying that you use viewport to world 2D. Returns a 2D world position computed from a position on this camera's viewport, which isn't really what we're looking for, right? Because to get the size of the window from this, we would have to already know how big the window is. This is like if you have a cursor and you click in the viewport, how do you get that to work, right? That's not really what we're looking for. Technically, it could give us yeah, you started to learn Bevy about a week ago. The main goal was making a path tracer and not learning the engine. WGPU is also similar to Vulkan, which you have already some experience. Bevy is still much magic. Yeah, I could totally see that. If you're very like 1 week into Bevy and you already have graphics experience, I could see how using WGPU would be easier for you, for sure. No, you want the size of the window. You want to know where the window edge is and world coordinates. You sent a yeah, YouTube definitely swallowed it if you sent a GitHub link. You're going to have to send it in Discord if you're going to send it. You're saying take the window edge. Which size of the window, though? The physical size? Discord DM? Okay. I'll check it. Thank you. January. Nice. All right. Let's do query window, primary window, single resolution, viewport to world 2D with width and height, and then 0, 0. We don't have the camera. We need the camera. You get it separately. We need the transform for the camera too, apparently. Viewport position. So this is camera .1. Guess I should really reverse these if I'm going to do this. The camera is the thing that we really want to care about, and then the transform just happens to be there. Viewport to world 2D, camera transform, and world coordinates. So size dot it's not a translation, right? Let's see. Expected global transform found transform. Easy fix. Window.resolution dot size. Then we don't need this. And then you're saying this and vec to 0, at which point we would take this, not do this, top left. I guess it should be left top, right? As a vec 2. Greater than I guess these are the maxes, right? And these are, we don't actually need this because it's 0. If transform is greater than the max, this is a result. Then we're just taking that away. So we do max.x. And these are max.y. I guess we could call those dimensions or something. Oh, hey, Star. How's it going? Careful, you need the 0 since pixel 00 might wrap to any world coord. Yeah. It should be negative, right? We can do that. Let's do that up here. I'm still not convinced, but so camera transform, global transform, viewport to world 2D, transform size. We get these, which are not, whatchamacallit. So this is 0, right? Or theoretical 0. And this is like mins and maxes. No, the Vec2 0 is in window pixels. Viewport to world 2D has a camera position scale dependent output, which is why you need to calculate with it. Vec2 0 input is in window pixels. Viewport to world 2D has a camera position scale dependent output. Yeah. Transform translation for the ship, max x, transform translation x minus equals max if it's greater. If it's less than min, which should be negative by itself, right? If it is negative. I feel like this is going to get weird. So min, we need to add the whole distance. So it's going to be max minus min, right? Which feels just weird to have to do. So we need the width. And let height equals, if we're going to do this like this, then, right? Like 0, 0 is in top left corner of the window, width height is the bottom right corner of the window. Those might each map to positive thousands of world space. Yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying, right? Like UV coordinates effectively, right? 0, 0 to like 1280, 720 or something like that. And then you take that and you put that into camera to viewport. And what we're getting out of that is 0, 0 at center, negative in each of the directions, positive in each of the directions, right? This needs to be width. Yeah, your code did width, height, and 0, 0. Resolution, width, and resolution height, which should be the resolution size, right? And then you have top left and bottom right. And then you're working with some collide function that I haven't looked at. Translation, scale, truncate, camera transform, translation, etc. We probably don't even need to do this out here because we don't really need that size, right? We never use the window resolution again after making this change. That's the sprite collide. Interesting. Okay, so let's... So wrapping movement then is the camera and the camera transform. We get max and min, viewport to world 2D. So this should end up with something like, let's just be totally fake here and be like negative 100, positive 100 for X. And like same thing for Y, right? Assuming it's not square, et cetera, et cetera. But like we're ending up with coordinates like these, 0, 0 at the middle. This should be the width then. I guess we should absolute value these just in case. I guess theoretically it could be anywhere, but we want the value here. I feel like we messed something up. There we go. So this goes up, comes through, perfect. Now the only downside is we haven't implemented horizontal rotation. So the only way that we can test right now is going straight up. Which is not good, but yeah, so like this logic is fine. I feel like it's definitely for a beginner who would be going through this workshop theoretically, it's definitely a level up in complexity in the sense of now you actually have to think about, because you've zoomed it in, where the camera is in relation to the viewport, in relation to other things. Well, that's fine. I'm fine with including viewport to world 2D as like a thing that is in the workshop that should be taught. Where's our rotation? Our rotation is down here. I think the last time we were working with this code, rotation 2D didn't exist yet. What do we call it these days? Rot 2D? Rot 2? Cosine sine? Do we have the functions that we would need to deal with it like this? Transform, rotate Z. We're just doing a delta seconds. So this should just be, rotate Z is pretty simple for sure. We aren't doing user input yet. So we should probably do some of that. Res, button input, key code. If input pressed, key code, key A, let's go with. Then we go in run direction. I don't think we need the component necessarily. Or actually scratch that. AABB 2D intersects doesn't say which side, so it's probably not useful. You think this can be made easier a lot by AABB 2D intersects? Maybe. I think I generally kind of avoid the AABB stuff because it's not clear from the naming and stuff which one of them are actually axis aligned and what the behaviors are. For the educational stuff anyway. WASD. So this doesn't need to have a value other than kind of like the amount, right? How fast it should be rotating. Should rot2 be used here? We don't really need our own thing. What do you mean? The struct definition of AABB 2D and 3D make it impossible for it not to be axis aligned? I've seen a number of conversations around like AABB2 or AABB, and also AABB 2D and 3D and whatnot, and the differences between them go through a number of times. Yes. But AABB 2D on a rotated transform is what? Right? Let's see, spin. This is just the speed. I think sticking with this for the moment is fine. I can always refactor it. Let's just make this, I don't know, 1 or something. This is no longer delta seconds. This is delta secs. And then spin and spin need to be on, so spin needs to be here. Our force is always going local Y, so we don't really need to even modify anything. The gizmo flashing feels a little bit weird. Get, what do we have a debug in here somewhere, right? Let's get rid of this debug. Is it flashing because gizmos are flashy or because the debug plugin is z-fighting is my current question. I was seeing flashy gizmos in Aven too. I think if the gizmos are this flashy when we spawn them, I have to rethink actually using the gizmos as the basis of this, and we would just go back to using sprites. I was hoping that retained gizmos would be worth using, but This is also something that I've seen in, we need to rotate faster for sure. That rotation is too slow. Well, it's too slow considering the fact that, whatchamacallit, linear movement. The only thing that's going to matter here is if input dot pressed key code W, then we apply the force. We don't have any visualization for this yet. We will need one. Is that is the gizmos flashing? It's not a debug thing, is it? It feels really awkward, especially since those are spawned gizmos. Those gizmos should not be flashing like that, to my knowledge. Right? Gizmo assets. Nothing, huh? Let me see if it's an issue with the fixed update first. I feel like the fixed update should be retained, but maybe something broke? That would be unfortunate. Oh no. Yeah, it's something's wrong with the fixed update gizmo retention. That's unfortunate. Those gizmos should be retained over time for the fixed update frames. And they're not. You don't really get what does AABB 2D on a rotated entity mean point is still axis aligned. I think that there's confusion around not specifically AABB 2D, but also AABB, which also exists, and it's easy to grab the wrong thing. Yeah, so this AABB, for example, is used to represent the local space orthogonal to the local axis, right? Which is, if you read AABB, AABBs are technically not supposed to be that, I believe. Yeah, but I mean, it's been planned to be, well, the way I'll frame it is I haven't seen much movement on that topic over the last release or so. I feel like there's been some discussions around what's useful for render and what's useful for other use cases, and what these things should do, but I haven't seen many PRs going in modifying any of this. And as far as I know, they're not currently actually deprecated. Because this is a frustum culling component. And this also says it's going to access a line bounding box. So really all I'm saying is there's confusion around multiple AABBs. There's confusion around which one of them does what. That kind of thing. I haven't seen anybody actually deprecate anything yet. Right, like that render primitives AABB2 hasn't actually been pulled or deprecated or anything. I think we have to go with update for this currently for the gizmos, which is really unfortunate because they should just work. I'm not aware of needing to do anything. Otherwise, users will need to make sure they order their systems before clear gizmos. Okay. I feel like that did happen, but maybe it didn't. I hate that GitHub broke Command F. I can't look for things on GitHub anymore. Oh well. Clear gizmos doesn't exist in Bevy 0.16, so not sure. We don't have a demo. These are not actually being spawned in fixed update either, so that's another concerning thing, right? These are spawned gizmos. They are not. Right, like linear movement doesn't have gizmos. Spin doesn't have gizmos. What's the other one up there? Wrapping movement. Wrapping movement doesn't have gizmos. Like there's no gizmo code over there. The only gizmo code is in spawn. So if that's in fixed update, why is this flickering? This feels like a bug in gizmo assets. It's way too fast. It's funny though. Let's take like a 4 here. I think we're going to increase the amount of that linear force too. Feels a little bit slow. I think that's reasonable. Yeah, it feels like a bug in gizmos, which feels really unfortunate. Isn't a course like this exactly an opportunity to tell them, hey, we're using this one here, ignore the other one? So you were saying to use it for camera bounds, right? So if we were going to, let's explore it, because why not? If we were going to use this, right, then the deal with that would be ABB2D min max, right? And we have to import this, which I'm just going to qualify it for the moment so that we don't forget that it pulled in. So min max, right? And then what does that get us? This is the minimum conventionally bottom left and maximum conventionally top right, which I think are the opposite, are not what we have, right? We have min middle left. No, we have min top left, right? And min bottom right. I may not have explained myself well, which I'm totally open to. Like, just to be clear, we are using AABB 2Ds for block breaker. If I remember correctly. No, we're using Aven for that. What are we using it for? We're using them in somewhere else. Flappy Bird. We use them in Flappy Bird, right? If we're doing intersects volume, we are using AABB 2D to do the pipe collisions, right? And I think it does make sense there. So it's not like I'm refusing to use them at all, right? The suggestion was that we use AABB 2D to define the bounds of the camera viewport, right? If I remember correctly. You can correct me if I'm wrong here. But I think this is what you were suggesting, effectively. At which point we would need to use this here, right? And there doesn't seem to be any additional functions that we get out of that, right? There's no additional functionality unless we also pull in intersects volume, right? And if we're pulling in intersects volume, we are back in the situation where Bevy doesn't have triangles, right? Like Bevy doesn't have an intersects volume for a triangle. It has rectangles and it has circles. Which on some level is fine, but would mean that like even if we used a circle for it, I think the most reasonable way to do that would be to size the circle to be the interior of the ship. So it touched the interior triangle points. And that would get us closest. And then the question would be, okay, so we're doing AABB for the for the camera. Our circle goes out. We ignore the fact that it's kind of off, right? And we do some detection of like if circle not colliding with camera AABB, then move. And if we do that, then we have to figure out where to move it as well. We have to do the math to figure out whether it is outside in a certain direction, which is this math. Calling it math is a little bit overkill, but yeah. No, I'm not against AABB 2D like at all, right? We do use it in other places. We use it for Flappy Bird. We use it for the pipes in Flappy Bird specifically. I just didn't see it fitting in. And also, if we think about AABB and its definitions here, I don't think we have what these definitions are. Right? So if you're reading the docs and you say, okay, conventionally bottom left, sure, but we're not using it like that. So now we need to add a comment that we are using the AABBs in an unconventional way. etc. But yeah, I'm not like against them at all. I just don't think they have a place here. And the outright refusal might have come off like that because we had already made that decision earlier, right? We made that decision when we decided to pull in Avian in the first place because because Bevy doesn't have triangle intersections. Yeah, it's fine. I'm happy to talk about it because theoretically, I could be wrong about something, so I'm happy to talk through it. And if I'm wrong, then I fix it. Sorry to go off topic. You wanted to express your appreciation for your videos. I'm glad you're enjoying them. I'm glad you're finding them useful. In particular, spawning relationships and observers recently have been more helpful than any other Bevy materials we found thus far. Nice. That's awesome. I'm thinking about what the next ones are. I don't know exactly what I'm going to choose yet. I was thinking maybe required components, but I don't know that required components have that much actually to them. I'm working on one for MIP maps. That'll come out eventually. That'll probably be a little bit longer. It's not really a basics video in that sense. What else? The other thing I was doing was looking at the list of stuff that's new. We covered relationships. We covered the new spawn API. I was thinking about doing unified error handling, but I'm actually not finding unified error handling that useful. Which feels weird. I was very excited about this, and in practice, I'm not actually finding it very useful. Yeah, so you like being able to question mark everything, but how many of those errors, if they happen, should actually cause the application to crash? Which is a real question, because I find that when I think about the errors that I have in my systems, the ones that should cause my application to crash are basically none of them, right? Like, for me, let's see, we've got single mute here, which is kind of a bad example because we have single, but like, okay, so move player if there's only one of them, right? And crash the application if there's 0 or 2 players? That's what this is saying? That doesn't feel right to me, logically. There will be times when there is no player, right? There could also theoretically be like a frame where there's 2 players. Not saying that would be a great condition, but I could definitely see like I want to spawn a player somewhere else and then despawn this one. So to me, this should be like a return, right? Like if there are 2 players spawned, don't move either of them. Or if there's 0, there's nothing to do. Well, that's what I'm saying though. Like the default error handler is panic by default, right? But there's no concept of a difference between something that should crash the program and something that shouldn't. So either everything does or everything doesn't. So the default being panic is definitely not what I want. And to set up the global error handler, I basically have to do this in every application, right? So now my boilerplate for every new Bevy app that I do is effectively global error handler set warn. And this affects everything in the entire application, right? Including internal invariants. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't find that useful, right? I don't find my application crashing useful. Because if my application crashes, there's nothing I can do to debug it. Right? Like I get that people ignore warnings. I understand that. But my application panicking and crashing and not right, but I have to do it in every single application, and then I'm overriding all errors, right? It's not just my systems. It's not just the things that I'm calling. It's everything inside of Bevy that returns an error. I think that there's also an ongoing conversation around what things should sort of be unwrapped and whatnot. You're not just overriding the ones you use error handling for, though. You're overriding everything in Bevy that returns an error at all, right? It's not just my systems that I'm overriding. It's the global error handler for my stuff, Bevy's stuff, and third-party crates. Right? Like it's a global error handler is handling that for everybody's stuff, not just my stuff. I do like the ability to use question mark, but I don't think the default should be panic. Which means that I now need to set this in every application that I do. And now I need to teach this in every application that I write, right? Yeah, the like it handles everything, like everybody's everything difference. Is that the one you're talking about? Like there definitely are things that should crash. And there definitely are things that should silently like continue. I want entity doesn't exist when we're trying to render it to crash. Right? Like invariance around retained rendering has specific assumptions, right? And that is handled internally. And I think right now those are probably unwraps, but anyway, irrelevant what they actually are right now. But like things that are handled internally by Bevy, that are like assumptions about how the application should be behaving should still crash. I feel like the global error handler is kind of thought of as like my systems, but it's not. It's everything. And I'm sure like physics systems like Aven, like if you can't do something or something, you know, something is in the wrong state, there's no recovery. I think that for things like Avian, I'd probably be fine with it. I would probably be fine in general with nothing ever crashing. Because, like, what's the worst case scenario of a physics system behaving weirdly? Somebody clips it, puts it on TikTok. But yeah, there's no way to like raise these beyond the console either, right? I might be wrong about the error handler, but I don't think that there's any way currently. Like in my mind, if the global error handler fails, right, and wants to crash the program or wants to stop the program, I should get like a file and it shouldn't be a panic. Anyway, long story short, it's like if I want the behavior, how do I frame this? If I set it to warn, right? Let's ignore the fact that it, like panic versus warn or panic versus whatever, right? Let's say that you either want everything to panic or you want everything to not panic, right? Let's say you set it to warn, right? Now you can't actually use question mark for things that are supposed to happen, right? So if we go back to the, where was it? It was in the Bevy examples in the release notes, maybe? I don't remember. This example, right? This example right here, you cannot use question mark unless you want console warn spam, right? Like theoretically, 0 players is not an issue, right? It just means that this system can't run. And we've removed the ability to ignore things on a per system level in favor of global handling. And I think that if you put the warn, so the decision for me, because I don't want things to panic, is either warn or ignore completely. And I don't have any decision on a per system level to make that choice. So if I want to use a question mark here, right, where I'm trying to get a player, and if there's no player, then we can't move them. But if there's no player and we can't move them, that doesn't mean the application should crash. It also doesn't mean that I want warning spam every time that happens for every system in my application, right? But if I do the global handler and I set the global handler to ignore, now I'm ignoring valid issues. So now I feel like my choice is between crash the application, spam the logs, or ignore everything. And none of those feel like good issues. Like none of those feel like good choices, you know? I assume the system is going to evolve over time. Like I'm not saying that this system is bad or whatever. I just am not finding the use that I thought that I was going to find in it. Right? Yeah, exactly. Like you still have to use let else to do a return. And I feel like because we had per system param warning configuration before, I kind of expected that I was going to be able to replace a lot of that let else stuff. And I'm not able to do that. So it's not a bad thing. Like the system isn't bad. I'm just not finding the utility that I thought I was going to find in it. But on that note, I think I'm running over on stream. So it's about 12:20. That's going to be it for today. We'll be back on Saturday for doing character controller stuff. We'll finish up asteroids pretty quickly, I think, here. There's not all that much to it. We just spent a lot of time talking about stuff today. Yeah, I guess I'm not really disappointed. I just am not really finding the utility or whatnot. But yeah, I'll see y'all Saturday. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out.